Okay, good afternoon, folks. Hope everyone is well. It is Friday, the 7th of March. Karina, good morning to you. Speedy, how you doing, pal? Okay, so fair bit of volume again overnight. We've been getting a lot more volume lately. Now, I did take a trade last night, which I thought was an absolute beauty, actually. We're clearly working up at the moment, and we had two legs back. And what I liked is we had a failure as well, big bearish bar which pushed up. So I took that overnight just on the one account. And I also took a bit more risk at this, but I thought there's a couple of bear bars trapped there. I took that one as well, shot right up. Just, I was thinking about maybe retesting this bottom, which it did. So I'm up about $700 thereabouts on one account. So I'm not going to trade that one now. I'm just going to concentrate on the other one. So market's drone. Any second now. Excuse me. Got some news late. We've had some news earlier on, created a little bit of a spike. We got a Powell speaking about 5:30 UK time. Should probably be done around there. And then Trump, 8 o'clock tonight UK time. So we'll see how we get on. Tony, how you doing, buddy? So ATR's high again. Whether it's because of there's so much more volume at the moment. Where's crypto? Crypto's not terrible at the moment. Okay, market is open. Is this going to continue down? So Bitcoin's floating around 89,000 now. H-bar's up a bit this morning for me. That's my newest pot, up just shy of 4%. So, what's going to happen today, I wonder? Anybody watch Kellyanne's video? I look at Patrick Wayland, and he doesn't show you his trades, but I know he posted his affiliate amounts, and he was making around about $20,000 a day off affiliates, which is absolutely unreal. $20,000 a day on average in affiliate money. That's $400,000 a month on average. That's ridiculous. I was stunned. I never thought he'd be anywhere near that. Unbelievable, that is. Okay, so can't trade for the first 2 minutes. We got a leg up and a leg up. Is this going to continue down? Possibly. That's unbelievable. That I was in shock. $20,000 a day. No wonder he's driving around in Lamborghinis. Unbelievable. So hopefully these bars settle down, the ATR comes down. That's a huge amount, isn't it? $400,000 a month just in affiliates. That's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. I'm doing something wrong, I am. Unbelievable. Okay, so leg up, leg up. Let me just open my trades now. 2 minutes is gone. Submitted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. One I'm not trading because of, it's up to 700. I don't want a lot more of that. Otherwise, it starts to eat into that 30%.
Order canceled.
Is this thing going to continue down? I won't be taking that one in case it triggers and pushes up, but if we can get a lower high below that EMA, I may consider it. So there's probably going to be some short stop that's relatively bearish. So let's trigger below and pushed up. I dare say it's going to stop them out. So perhaps this thing is pushing up now. Exponential, how you doing, buddy? Jay, how you doing, mate? So let's have a look. We didn't trigger that out, but I think we will now. Yeah. So if you took that one thinking this thing's coming down, whether it's going to actually go up or not, whether we're just testing this area. just going to pop that there, see if that... So we've actually tested this area down here, haven't we? So perhaps it is going to push up. Got 2 legs up there, so we had 2 legs down. Now whether there's maybe some sort of a wider channel there, and I don't know. That's good enough for me, I think, at the moment. Interesting. So, measured move. So far, it's not closed above that measured leg. Ben, how you doing, my mate? So, I like a push down below that EMA to possibly capture something down if it does go down, but that doesn't... I'm surprised there. It pushed above there, took out any possible stops that may be there, and then dropped bearish. I'm just going to put that back where it was and just see if there's any type of a wider channel moving up. I'd expect that to go up a little bit quicker from this if this was going to go up. So my gut feeling is this is more likely going to come down. It's more going up in legs than a channel for me, that. So my gut is this is going to come down. In fact, I'm going to go as far as to get rid of that. That for me is just 2 legs. A little bit of a retest of maybe overnight lows. I don't know what you consider overnight lows. Maybe here, I don't know. But that to me is legs as opposed to a trend. So for me, this is probably likely going to come down and retest this area. Unless we're having a bounce before. I'm going to pay attention to that as well. It does that sometimes. Been range in this area for 24 hours. Yeah, as a bit, isn't it? Days, really, isn't it? We're a little bit lower than we were over the last few days, with the exception of that little drop below there. But we did sort of bounce around this area, didn't we? I mean, it's been pretty bearish on that daily, isn't it? It's been really bearish the last few days. Let's just have a look at the daily. I mean, look at that. You got to think that is going to... Well, I mean, it's bouncing off VWAP there, so whether that makes a difference or not, whether it does. If it's going to reverse, you probably expect it to, but that is a fair amount of selling, isn't it? We've not had that amount of selling for quite a while. Well, since about here, which was last year sometime, August time. That's the biggest kind of sell-off really we've had. We've had a few, you know, a couple of 3 days, but that is a fair old drop. Obviously with what's going on in politics at the moment, what with tariffs, so on and so forth. But yes, you know, you've got to think we're due a bounce, aren't we? But nothing's guaranteed, is it? So we did have a bounce there. I thought we may do. Is it going to be enough to push up and out of this? Who knows? We could just have a couple of legs and it may come down some more. It depends. But we did push up. We bounced here. Had another attempt. Bounced again. If we can get up and out of here, we may start to move up. So there is always a possibility of a channel with a break and a new extreme. It's certainly feasible. I'm not sure I like that though. It's more just legs really than a channel. I can't get anything I like. So leg and a leg, bearish bar. Where does this go? So, leg, sideways leg. Are we going to get back to the EMA? Shorted that. I think there's a good chance we get back to that EMA because we've had a leg, sideways and a leg, so that's kind of played out. So I think there's a good chance we get down to that EMA, but it depends. Now it's above all this, it may just decide to push, but my gut's probably going to get back to that EMA. Easy scalp at least, yeah. Yeah, it's pushed up. Once it's above all this, see? You never know. It's why I tend to not pick tops and bottoms. You know what I mean? I know people like Dan and that take a lot of these trades where we have a channel break and a new high and ride them back to the EMA. It's not my forte, that. I'm not particularly good at it. I am trying to pay more attention to it, but it doesn't come natural to me. A lot of his trades he takes like that. We have a channel break and a new high and he rides them back to the EMA. It's something I've not done a massive amount of. So sometimes avoiding it. You probably don't learn much, but I try and pay attention to it. When you see this type of thing, channel break, new high, and then back to the EMA. Yeah, so Dan's got a bigger channel there with the break. So I did have it, but I got rid of it. I wasn't a massive fan of it. But yeah, perhaps it is. Channel break, new extreme. It's not a huge channel, so it doesn't really need a massive break. So he's not got that. I'm going off it. It's just a leg and a leg, really, and then a retest. I wish he'd post his chart a little bit more. That's the thing about Thomas. He posts it a lot. That's kind of what I like. It's easy to keep track of stuff. I don't know. I have that sort of lack of confidence in my own charts. I don't know why. Most of the time, we're kind of all on there. Can explain the 30% rule on Apex. Sure. So if you let's say, for instance, when you start a PA account, you got a drawdown of $2,600. So you can't make 30%, more than 30% of that month with a payment. So let's say you make $3,000 in that account. When you come to take a payment, as long as your biggest day isn't more than 30% of that $3,000, you're okay. And that goes the same with the risk rule as well. You can't risk more than, or you can't lose more than 30%. So 3,000, if you've got a 3,000, let's say you've got a £10,000 account, $10,000 account, you can lose $3,000 in a day. It's not 30%. So it depends on the size. So up until you hit that $2,600, you rely on your drawdown. And I think 30% is around about $700. So you can't lose more than $700 in one particular trade. And you can't make it in a day either. I think it's a trade or a day. I think it's a trade. And if you do, they're likely to refuse you. But that's not the end of the world. It just means you've got to trade for another 8 days. I hope I've explained that well. Show charts. Yeah, I do as well. I don't know why they don't do it. It would make sense. Yeah, it would. But yeah, that's basically it. So you can't lose more than 30% on any particular trade, and you can't make more than 30%. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Or so if you made $1,000 and you've got $3,000, you're good. If you make $2,000 and your account's only $3,000, you've made over that. So you need to increase that account until that profit you make in one day. Hey, Jan, how you doing, buddy? Until that profit you make in one day equals 30% or less. But, you know, if you've broken a rule, being refused, it's not the end of the world. In fact, sometimes it's a good thing, because the next time you go to withdraw, hopefully your account will be bigger. So it does give you a little bit more time to grow your accounts, which I don't think is a bad thing. You know, in an ideal world, we'd all build up to $10,000, $15,000 and risk, you know, 3% or whatever. So for a 25,000, yeah, something like that. Having said that, as your account's profit grow, that 30% obviously increases. So if you've got $5,000 in there, as long as, what, a 30% is about $1,500. So you can make that and lose it. So yeah, basically 30% of your available drawdown up until you hit $2,600. That's with a 50k account, or profit once you're above there. So it's not too difficult. But if you do take a risk, or something goes wrong and you, I don't know, you move your stop and it goes 2,000 against you, then comes back and you get out for break even. You've risked 2,000, so it's over your 30%. So you're likely going to get denied that first time. But as I say, it's not the end of the world. You just got to trade for another 8 days. So each profitable day has to be $50 or more, and you need 5 profitable days out of the 8 to withdraw. And you can flip 3 days as well. So you can, if you traded for 5 days and you've made over $50 for the remaining 3, you can go on to micros, and I did it a couple of days ago, and just trade 1 micro, open it, close it for a tick or 2 loss. It's neither in there really. But that then counts as a day. But as long as 5 of the 8's profitable, you're okay. You're good for a payment. Yeah, just grow the account higher. I mean, the goal is to make money. I wouldn't want to have huge amounts of money in some of these prop firms. You know, I don't know. It was I forget who it was now. I think Trades by Matt at one point had $10,000 per account times 20. That's $200,000. Someone looking after your money. I don't know how comfortable I feel with that, but you know, if your money was guaranteed, the more money you got in there, the more cushion you got. You know, the more you can lower your risk, the less stress. You know, it's kind of win-win really. But As I say, you know, I can't see Apex going under in the slightest, but if they did, and they had $200,000 of my money, I'd be on my way to the nearest bridge, I think, to throw myself off. So it's not unheard of for prop firms to go down. It happens to fast-track trading. Having said that, Apex has been around for a few years now, so that side of it doesn't concern me. I wonder if this is just more of a range day. Swing trader, new 50k, made $2,000 in my third day. Yeah. What you can do is, if you make that in a day and it's a ridiculous amount and you don't think, you can lose some of it, and that will bring that profit down. Now, some people might say, well, that doesn't make any sense, but if you left a trade open and actually made $5,000 by accident, theoretically, you'd have to wait till that account had about $17,000 in. So what you might want to do is lose some of it. You've got that option. So if you lose some of it, and as long as you bring it down, you can do it. Put it that way. Regarding Apex, I was once denied one time, but I broke the rules. All the other times I've been approved. Yeah, absolutely. If I broke the rules, I've been denied. If I followed the rules for the next 8 days, I've always been approved. I've never had an issue there, so I believe they were paying tons of money out there. Look, I mean, the thing was Apex, that video that was going around with John Skelton saying, you know, traders panic and blah, blah, blah. They follow the rules. They get a message saying you've broken the rules, traders panic. Wasn't very pleasant to watch, but every single business is constantly looking for ways to save money. Now, they have those rules, so they were perfectly within their right to say, if you break the rules, we'll deny you. There's nothing wrong with that. What would have been better for them, why they had the backlash, is because they did it just like that out the blue without any prior warning. If they'd have said, okay, we'll give you a little bit of carte blanche now, but from the beginning of the next month, if you break the rules, you'll be denied. So it's not a major issue. Try to shake out with. Absolutely. In every form of life, in every business, they're always looking for ways to make more profits and save money. It's a fact of life. And prop firms are no different. They're paying out millions and millions. And if people are flouting the rules and taking risks and gambling, they're going to weed them out. They just didn't go about it in an ideal way by dropping it out all of a sudden, because then you got obviously YouTubers like Kellyanne saying mass payment denials and everyone starts talking and panicking. And but you know, businesses, they make mistakes. You know, they know that. And the stuff with John Skelton, he was just openly saying what companies do anyway. It just didn't look good. But, you know, I'm not concerned with Apex, and I know some people say, you know, you're an influencer. Trust me, when it comes down to influencers, I'm about as small as they come. You don't get any favours at all. I've got to pay for every one of my evaluations. I get nothing for nothing. I've never had a message from Apex saying, you know, we'll look after your affiliate. Nothing like that. Now, I'm not saying as a legal thing, yeah, she does, yeah. The trouble is, I actually find her videos quite comical. But for me, getting into all the politics and the arguments is just a headache. You don't want it. I don't want it. I'm a trader. That's what I want to be. That's what I'm striving to do. I'm not interested in calling people out and arguing with people and getting into disputes with people. I've got better things to do. I just think it's kind of a little petty. But I think it's good in another sense to have someone who does hold people accountable, because the thing is with social media now, you have got a little bit of power, you know, numbers of people and all this sort of stuff. You can fight bigger battles. So it's good, that side of it. So, you know, it's nice to have someone who does that, because there are people who completely flout the rules, and sometimes as a one-man band you can't fight these big companies, but you know, with the power of social media, But she does get involved in some of the arguments and stuff. But we're all who we are. I just want a quiet life. But she does make some interesting videos. And that one of Patrick Whelan making $20,000 a day. I'll be honest with you, I probably averaged about $1,200 per month over the last couple of years. So it's more or less paid for my education, if you like, but $20,000 a day. Oh, that's a huge amount of money. No wonder he's driving around in cars like that. But yeah, I think there's some issues with all this legal and court stuff. I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's another thing as well. I know people think, oh, they're in a legal battle. All companies are in legal battles. All companies are in legal battles for one reason or another. If you own a supermarket, guaranteed someone will have fallen and slipped on some broken glass and cut themselves. There'll be legal issues. There's court, there's lawyers and solicitors involved. All companies get sued, get taken to court, whether it's someone's being sacked, unfairly dismissed, all sorts of stuff. But it's nothing. It doesn't worry me at all. I've been around long enough to know how the world works a little bit. And not many things faze me so much nowadays, apart from trading, obviously. But all companies. Yeah, she posted one of the videos, and because they're having some sort of legal issue, I don't know, to be honest with you, whether they, I don't know, lawyers and solicitors get involved. In all honesty, they're the only ones that ever win in these things. The lawyers and solicitors. So we've been up here before. We've been up here, obviously, with the news. We spiked out of it, came back in, and now we possibly finding a little bit of support here. So is this thing coming down until it breaks below here, and looks like it is. I can't treat it like that because whether there's some other separate channel here, I don't know. I tell you, I do like watching Futures for Our Futures. They're quite comical. I love that little homage to Nutty that they did. With the little gingerhead Amish kid. I thought that was brilliant. I'm not massively up on AI, but I'm assuming that's what it is. So maybe there's a bigger channel there, a couple of legs, break new high. Not sure about that. So this section here, to me, that's broken below this and here, I kind of get the feel that this is a bottoming pattern. We're bouncing quite a lot of times here below the day before yesterday's low and here. So this, to me, is kind of giving me the feel that it's bottoming. And looking at the daily, with it being so bearish, I think Max said yesterday it seems really oversold. So I wouldn't be surprised over the next week or two or whatever we start to get some move up a little bit. I think if all this tariff stuff, things have been put on hold, I think, with these tariffs. Does that actually really mean anything? We're putting it on hold? Well, I don't know. But as soon as that thing settles down, and maybe they get some sort of peace deal in Russia, in Ukraine, hopefully things start to recover a little bit. So channel with a break, and new low. Is this coming down? Tariff handling of Trump. One day it's tariffs, next day it's off. I know, yeah. It's a big business game, isn't it, really, I think. Trouble is, tariffs only hurt one people. Really, it's nothing more complicated than that. But Canada aren't going to roll over and take it, are they? They're fighting back, and rightly so. So I'm assuming a lot of that is probably why it's been such a sort of a negative feel. So Dan has got that. Let me just adjust that to, he's got that to there. So that's interesting, leg and a leg down. Let's see where this goes. It would be nice to get some upward movement. We could get a leg and another leg up, wouldn't it? But that would be guessing. The thing is, Canada has got options. They can deal with Europe and they can deal with the Far East, can't they? So, see what happens when it gets here. Funnily enough, we're at the midline here. So, the way that's coming down is telling me it's kind of ranging. It's more of a range, I think. We had that little attempt to push higher and then it's dropped. I can tweak this a little bit. If I put it there and bring this down. That does work, but that's as much as I'm prepared to do. If I keep that tight to the bodies, touch, 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 and a touch. Now, going long at the moment for me is not something I really want to do. Just in case this is a leg down with a break and another leg down, this is more of a range. It's at the long there with the deep limit order. Yeah. I mean, if it has bounced here, you know, there's a fair chance it's going to push up towards this EMA at least, isn't it? Excuse me just a sec. Yeah, to trust that at the moment, not something I really want to do, but see if we can get up here a bit more. I love that little trade last night. 2 legs down. What I like as well is you've got big bearish bar here. Perfect measured leg, strong push shot. I thought that was a great trade just to the top. Now, obviously, we're talking bigger numbers here, but I just did it on my one account and that worked beautifully. So obvious as well. We had a push up, 2 legs back, and it's always better as well when you catch or you're trapping shorts. And I've noticed, I'm watching the Open a lot now. We start to do one thing and then do the opposite. We do it a lot, but really interesting that. Perfect measured leg. I mean, there's a failure there, trapped, isn't there? Well, a failure going wrong, but I really like that. And the good thing about it is as well, it's slow, so you can have a proper think about it. The after hours chart, so much that I think I'll start taking trade. There's no reason why you can't. Obviously, the downside is, one, when you get in a trade, it can take a bit of time, and 2, generally the bars are bigger. If you look at that bar there, it's a good 6 points, 7 points maybe. Now, I did it on one account. with a contract. So I don't mind taking a bit of a risk on one account if I think it's strong enough. So yeah, that's 9 points. In fact, I got in on a limit order for a starters, but I don't mind taking a risk on one account. There's no way in God's earth I'd do it on all of them. Not a chance. Okay, so that is interesting now. So I'd say there's a good chance that's playing a part there. Unfortunately, apart from that one, there's no other way in there. So it's kind of almost like we've got to push with a little bit of sideways and a push. I'm going to say we may trap some shorts here. I don't think that's in a bad position. I wouldn't take it. It's only really a first entry. It may come down and stop it out. I prefer 2 legs. Sometimes it'll just work. Three for 3, pass another evil. Good on you, mate. Cash or check? I prefer in the bottle, mate. I prefer in a bottle, preferably with single malt written on the front. Good on you, mate. Congratulations. I prefer my tips liquid form. No checks in the UK. I can't remember the last time I saw a check. Okay, so maybe a couple of little bears caught there and a little bit of a push there. Nothing for us, really. You can't say that. It's only really a first entry. There's no real failure there. You may say there's a hidden second entry short, so I wouldn't take that. It's too close to these highs. So, yeah, I like that. But sometimes when you have this push, sometimes it does make an attempt. And not only that, we do find some support around here. You can see it the middle line there. You can see it here. You can see it here and here. So there's always that possibility it could come up, make an attempt to go higher and then fail. Took the fail, but yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I trade what I think's going to happen. And what I'm very confident are going to happen are often 2 different things. So that's why I tend to trade evaluations. I tend to trade evaluations on gut feeling, what I think's going to happen. And sometimes it works better, but it is more risky, which kind of begs the question, why the hell do I do it that way? But I don't know, I just do. A lot of times I might get into something here that's risky because I think there's a good chance that's going to get stopped out. So I may just jump in randomly down here because I think that is going to get stopped out because the overall is up. So if I jumped in randomly here, I'd have my profit 1 tick above there. And I do quite well on it. It's a kind of an unorthodox way to trade for me, but it seems to work. same again with this one. It wasn't so much that we had that. I was more interested in the fact that we had that big bearish bar. So we made a couple of attempts to go higher. Normally that would come down. But what I find is when the market opens, it often gives one signal and does the other. So for me, I'd have bet good money that was going to break above there. And that's all I did. I got on a limit order. I wasn't worried about the 9 points because I was confident that was going to break above there. And it did exactly that. So I'll take risks. It depends how risk averse you are. I'll take risks maybe on one account that I believe something's going to happen. But it could always go against you. And occasionally it does. But what I tend to do is when I get a new PA account, I'll take a few risks or a couple of risks like that until it gets to $7, up maybe $1,000, and then I'll stack it in with the rest and just trade it one contract 3 points at a time, you know, with the rest of them. But I try to get a little bit of a boost, and it works more than it doesn't. And sometimes as well, if I've got a new account and it's dropped into the red, I'll do it there. But I kind of feel like a fraud doing it, and I don't kind of know why, but I do. But now you may say 1, 2, 3 triple test. It's just too congested at the moment. That is, it could do. It is bouncing at the open, so it may trigger that bull and just drop down. So for me, there's nothing I can do here. Sometimes it's readable, but this at the moment, it's not super clear. So we've got a break. There is a second entry short there, which may be trapped. And there are also a possible triple test. But that, to me, just looks a bit vulnerable purely because it's just congested. So I'm not getting involved here. Sometimes it'll work. I think there's a good chance this is going up. But we're up to the midline and we're up to the open. So I think at the moment, best off stay out of this. My gut tells me it probably work. But because it's congested, that drops the chances. So I'm just going to leave it. Sometimes, if it's generally bullish, it will eventually just work up. But I like to see a sign that it's creeping. And at the moment, it's not. It's just going perfectly sideways, which makes trades like these super vulnerable. So if you'd have took that, I did look at it, but I decided to stay out of it. It went up. You'd have got a 1.25 at a push. But look at this now, see. It may hold. But I have a sneaking suspicion it may just creep below it. Yeah, there you go, see. Which is, there'll have been traders thinking 2 legs back, triple test will go along there. And I used to do it myself and get trapped all the time. I'm wise to it now. I see what's going on and I stay out of it. A leg and a leg. A trade like that would be a better option. But I got stuck on one of them the other day. So I might just stay out of this. We'll see. We'll see how this forms.
Order
Just gonna
submitted.
have a look at this. Oh. Give me heart failure, you two. I'm just seeing if we bounce here. I just don't want it to come down too quick. I don't think it will. So, see, I wouldn't be averse to a correction like that. You could trade that off the bottom and possibly as a failure, but it's big, so you got to be careful. I don't think it's terrible, but it's 19 ticks.
Order cancelled.
There is some support around that midline. You can see where it's bouncing a little bit, so I'm not a massive fan of them, Chad. I took one the other day. I think the reason it didn't work is it didn't go sideways long enough. But whenever I don't do nothing, yeah, I'm thinking about more of a correction. Whenever I don't do nothing, it seems to work. Dan seems to be a master at them. He does really well at them. So I try to look at his trades, his charts, and study him and try and figure out what other sort of bits of information he uses to, to define taking one of these. The trouble is, as well as looking like it may be a bigger channel, sometimes it's also working a little bit like it's just a range. So this is come down, and it just may be trying to get up here again before it fails and comes down for a second leg, maybe down here. But we've bounced around about here a few times. Same here. So that might be more of a correction like that with a move up would interest me more, but I would prefer them a little bit further apart. The trouble is, this second leg doesn't come down as much, but even if it sort of finds this area, I don't think it's terrible. A lot of these type of corrections do work, but trouble is it's also in a bit of a channel, so it is like a correction. We got this move up. It's struggling a little bit, so a correction. But that second leg is in quite a tight-fitting channel, so going long in it, I'm not saying it won't work. It may well do, but it's risky. On a measured move, then a perfect bull bar, yeah, it would. Trouble is, once it comes down to here, it's getting very close to the lows now. It's come down past a lot of the support, or if it does come down, so my thought process then it may just be a range. We'll see. Let's push that over. So we got a break. If that happens now, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Kirk talks, the market moves. I prefer my corrections a little bit further apart like this. And I see these quite often. The last couple I've earmarked worked right to the top. Who knows, maybe it will. The captain commands it, so... So we got a break, 1, 2 pushes down to a new low. Now that would be freaky. In fact, I think we're actually probably at that measured move now. Yeah, we are. We've hit it to the tick. It's always nicer to tick below a bar like that if you are thinking about going long. Yeah, Dan said it just looks Just like a bigger range. It is starting to look like that. That's an inside bar, unfortunately. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference. Yeah, trouble is that ATR is still high. It's easy to get screwed over here. That is a bit of a... Well, it's an inside bar. It's a little bit weak, I think. So it may still come down. Because we've had that measured move, I think that may encourage more buyers to go long. But the trouble is, it is still very rangy, so we could have a leg and a leg. It's tempting. If we had a higher low here, it's tempting. But I would be going more on gut feeling rather than having concrete evidence, and that I know is an inside bar. It's just a little bit weak. But I like the fact that we've had a measured move. In a lot of cases, that's where... See, there is a higher low there, but that's a little bit feeble, isn't it? So this is one of those things, you got to toss a coin. If it works, there's a good chance you get up here. So, you know, maybe in that case, it's not terrible. But I have to pay attention to the fact that this is a range as well. So it may come lower. Touch this, yeah. There is a higher low, but it's what, 17, 18 ticks? It's not finished yet. If this is going to come down to the lows, that's the type of trade it would do. Trigger above it and then come down. So you've got longs trapped there now, potentially. But as we've had that measured move, perhaps it may go up. Shutting off the cop here. Yeah, Wilson said he lost 10 of his accounts because of the trade copier. The thing is, he said he's got 2 copiers, Apex and Replicanto. But Apex, we know, we've all used Apex before and it's not as reliable. So I don't know why he's used Apex and not Replicanto. Now, whether he's just blown him and he's said that, he has done that before. He blew about 20 maybe a year ago. And when I was asking him about it, when actually I blew him, I just felt too embarrassed. So that may be the case, I don't know, but I'm not going to question him. But I know if I'd lost 10 accounts, I'd be flipping fuming. So, second entry short triggered, so I think it's likely that's going to get stopped out, and it may push up. But it's 23 ticks in it. Tick above, tick below. You can't really go long into this as much as there's a chance this is going to go up, but it's not pushing up strongly enough for me. Now, if it gets above here and it gets above there, it may do. To be honest with you, I've never had a problem with Replicanto. He said orders didn't shut down. So what I'll say to you, I can't stress this enough. This is the positions tab for Rhythmic. If you're using Rhythmic, this is the only thing that matters. As long as all these are greyed out, you've got no trades open. Occasionally, you'll see there'll be orders and positions showing here. Ninja Trader, it's wrong, and if you just disconnect and reconnect, they disappear. This is the important thing here. When your trade finishes, I always look here and make sure everything's greyed out. As soon as you see anything ready or red cross, click it and that'll close. The other day, one of my accounts, one trade stayed open. I actually got an extra $40 on it. On the rare occasion, it does. But you need, if you've got 20 accounts, you need to be protecting them. I don't know how the hell he didn't notice that 10 accounts weren't open, which is why I'm a bit sceptical of whether he just blew him and he just felt a bit embarrassed. I don't know. There's got to be a few. Yeah, that's why I don't use the Apex one. I've had the Apex one. I bought it two odd years ago, but I just had bad experience with it. As soon as I moved to Replicanto, I just, I've been using Replicanto now for the best part of 2 years, and it is brilliant. So how he's not aware that 10 accounts are open, I don't know, because I can see exactly what accounts are open having this tab here. And not only that, I'm always looking at my profits as well. You can see them to the left. Are these stable? Are they going up or are they going down? You have to pay attention to these things. Losing 10 accounts is purely and simply you weren't paying attention somewhere, which is why I'm a bit skeptical whether he was just a bit embarrassed, and that's what he said. Now look at this, Kurt. Now, where's this going, mate? Your guess is as good as mine. I think it's going up. So this is the third one of these I've seen in 2 weeks. Now, I wouldn't have taken this one anyway, purely and simply because I prefer those legs more like that rather than like that. But I would say there's a fair chance this is going to get to the top. So if you did get in, even on that higher low, it's probably a small risk. Let's have a look. So it's a 6-point risk for a potential 30-odd points, in which case 6 points might not be a massive risk, you know what I mean? For a potential of 30 points there and some. So I'm going to leave that there and let's just see if it does work. There's something about these legs I don't like. This is sharp, this is not. I prefer, this slightly different kind of leg. More like this I prefer. But if you, I'm just going to put that there just so it would be, let's say, call it a 6.25 point risk. Let's see if it worked. I mean, you're risking 6 to make 30 there, so that's not bad. Price touch the midline, yeah. Yeah, sometimes it'll pull back a little bit. It depends. Does this look attractive to buyers? Not really. Trapping a load of shorts, maybe. So at the moment, sometimes they do take time. Look back yesterday, chop all through. Yeah, it did. But if this is a channel and we have had this 2 legs back, it may work. I wouldn't take it. There's something I just didn't like about it. Although we had a measured leg. But a lot of times, I mean, if you're risking 6 points to make over 30, that's not a bad risk to reward ratio. Call it a bird, my own candle pattern. Looks like someone flipping the bird. It does a little bit, doesn't it? Yeah, it does look like a set of knuckles, doesn't it, with a middle finger. These look a bit vulnerable, to be honest with you. That's what I mean. They don't look like strong buying positions. But it has made 2 legs, and often sometimes that's just the difference. See, if it is a range, we just could be slowly creeping down. It's not going to work anyway. leg and a leg. It's almost like a second entry long, isn't it? So that's where you stop at a bin. So far it's intact. It's not looking promising, is it? But you never know. There's no strong enough. There's nothing that shouts this is the place to buy here, even though the only thing going for it really is the measured leg. But there's no big solid buying bars. That's an inside bar. That one wasn't terrible, which is why I marked it. And it may hold. Who knows? Yeah, I've put one there just to see if it works. Yeah, so it didn't work. So hence I left it. It's not the nicest looking correction. It could just be 2 legs down, a couple of legs up and then down some more. As I say, for me, at the moment, it's more just rangy. If we'd have had a leg and a leg maybe finished up here on that midline, that probably would have been a better signal. Yeah, I did this a while ago. So possibly, yeah. I think it's just more a range, I think, the whole thing. So this is making sense now. It does look more rangy, doesn't it? Sometimes it's hard to tell, but this sort of pushed up. That obviously that would have changed things. But when it was getting a bounce here, I'm thinking maybe it is we push up, we bounce, and then we go higher. But we made an attempt to, and that's pushed down strongly. So that's definitive enough. So let's see what happens now. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some strong buy-in here. We broke below yesterday's lows. We broke below today's lows. It's kind of a leg and a leg. You'd like to think we're going to push back to that EMA. I mean, I've got to say the market has been swinging wildly, isn't it, for days now? So we got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bars down 25 points. Man, if you're good at chart reading and you can pick these areas, you can make money quickly. Obviously, it's easier said than done. So let's just clean this up a bit. So leg and a leg right down. Excuse me a sec. I was kind of looking for a higher low there, back to that EMA. I don't think that would be a bad choice, but nothing really. I think there's a good chance we get 2 legs up here. We've broken these lows, so I dare say there's going to be some profit taken there. Tempting to go long there. Very tempting. Yeah, bar's too neutral. Is there a medium trend down after the measured move? In about here, are you? Could be. Yeah, it doesn't look bad, that, does it? Touch, 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 touch. Yeah. Trouble is, we've had those 2 legs down now. We've broken below it. I'd still like to test this. As we've pushed down below it, I'd like to see this come back up and test. So I think we may get a break here. Have you ever looked into the rhythmic trade copy? I haven't, bud, to be honest with you. I started with the Apex one. It was the old Apex one. It was probably... I've been trading Apex now. I've been trading Pats for 4 years in May, June time. So 3 years, probably with Apex for 3 years. So I bought the original one maybe 2.5, 3 years ago, and I just had problems with it. So as soon as I went over, I was lucky I got Replicanto for nothing. The guys from Replicanto contacted me and said, would you like a free copy of it? And I used it, loved it. So if it's not broken, don't fix it. So, you know, I think, in all honesty, out of all the bits of software and programs that I use, Replicanto is the one I don't worry about. It just works great, you know what I mean? I've only been out a month or so, I haven't seen much about it. No. Don't buy Rhythmic Copper, it sucks, I haven't really. Replicanto is, they are a software company who specialise in that sort of thing, and I've got to say, it's just treated me beautifully. So if it works, great, no need to look elsewhere, is there? So I really love it, I do. It's, as I say, it's the one bit of software I never have to worry about. I have to keep an eye on Rhythmic occasionally here, once in a while. It'll still show an order even though it's not an active order, and I can see that by nothing here. Do you update whenever that? Yes, I do, yeah. We haven't had one for a while, but I mean, I've had 2 in 3 days before, so they just... What I like about it is you get plenty of updates, and I think that's good. I like, it's nice to know that they're on top of it, monitoring it, but I never have issues with it. So this is starting to look bearish again, isn't it? ATR still high. You had an update 2 weeks ago for it, did you? I'm on have you got yours open, Chad? Have you? I'm on 1.6.0.2. That's what I'm on. 1.6.0.2. Is that the recent one? 1602. Anybody else see that? Is that the most up-to-date one? Is mine. Yeah, is anybody else who's got Replicanto open now got 1.6.0%? This is the most recent one I've got. I'm assuming you're all on the same, are you? Or older. But that's the recent one I've got. What did you take? I haven't taken a trade, bud. What are you on about? What did you take? Three. Oh, you're on 0.3. Okay, I'll have to go and have a look at that later. Are you on about earlier, are you, or just now? It's all right. I was looking around. I thought I might have been in a trade. 693 on yours. Okay, so yeah, it's gone up from 2 to 3, so I'll have to have a look. I might have had an email and just not noticed it. One of your PAs. Yeah, that one there. Well, 2 actually. That one there. 2 legs back, trapping that big bearish bar. I love that. Big risk, which is why I only did it on my one account. Worked beautiful. 2 perfect legs down. So we've got a move up, 2 perfect legs down. Also, a failure, which trapped and pushed up. So for me, that was going to hit that level all day long, and it did. That's one. And I took another one on the same account on this chart here. There, just back to the EMA. We had a breakout of here. My guess is we're going to test this. So I just took the higher low there and it rocketed up. I just bought into it and it rocketed up. Tesla is falling like a... I'm not surprised. I don't think Elon Musk has no business involving himself in politics. Sometimes business and politics don't work well. He should stick to what he's good at, really. I mean, the guy's clearly gifted when it comes to business, which is unusual why he's involved himself so closely with the president, especially being the richest guy in the world. I don't know, people get funny about that, thinking, hold on a minute, is he getting any type of special treatment? What's happening? You know, inside information, you don't know what goes on there. NVIDIA's swinging interview, is it really? So, once, twice, three times, maybe a triple test. So, pushed up once, pushed up twice, pushed up 3 times. It's tempting, that. It's just too big for what it is. It's not super clear. Okay, let's see if there is some kind of larger channel down there now. That is following a line, isn't it? So Dan has got, he's got that. And he's got that larger channel down as well. Right to there. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible, that, does it? See, if Dan's as good a trader as what we think, I don't know why he doesn't stream. Well, if people like Patrick Whelan are making $20,000 a day, he'd be able to make himself a fortune. I know Patrick Whelan's taken time. I want Santa and the Tooth Fairy. Surely you don't still believe in Santa? Tooth Fairy, I'm on the fence. I've caught my mum and dad putting presents under my bed before. I've never seen the Tooth Fairy picking me teeth off, so I've always been on the fence there. So that's kind of what I was looking for to test this area here. So a second entry short here might not be a bad option. Is there a larger channel? Oh, I hate that when it does that. It is Friday as well, isn't it? Surely I have a whiskey on a Friday, don't I? I tend to stick to the days that end in day. You forget otherwise. Talking about Santa, I can't believe it's not 5 minutes since Christmas. We're in March. Unbelievable, isn't it? Time goes so quick. So, by the count, there's a second entry long there. Nice to see it trap and then come down, but I'm just not sure about this. Never triggered anyway. I was hoping it was going to trigger and then come down. Hour and 20 minutes. Okay, I'm going to let this sort itself out a minute. I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to make myself a cup of tea, and I may have something stronger on the side. So I'll be about 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, back. Where is this thing going? Is it going to push lower? 50 points in a minute. It certainly is moving, isn't it? Is this going to go up for a leg? It's hard to say, really. Trouble is, oh, is he really? Gotta be so careful. I mean, look at that ATR, it's over 5. Good grief. Gotta be so careful. So we've got a channel down, possible break there. Okay, that's the 4 o'clock news. So it is Trump speaking, so anything could happen, to be honest with you. There is kind of a failure there. Second entry long, but Trump speaking. Who knows what can happen. Also kind of gone 1, 2, 3. We're actually channel down. Second entry short there wouldn't seem terrible. Channel down, one attempt to go higher, second attempt to go higher. The trouble is these bars are so damn big, if you get it wrong, it's going to cost you. See, part of me wanted to take that, but these bars are so big. Yeah. I'm glad I never took it. Kind of looks like a channel with a couple of pushes up. Not sure whether there's a smaller... it did work. I'd have only been going for 3 points. I think it probably did that. Tick below. Would have been tight. Just too big anyway, and not only that, it's just the tough thing is that's interesting. That would kind of be a triple test second entry short. It's very tempting to take that, but trouble is we've maybe got a bit of support here and we've kind of pushed up and tested it a couple of times. So you've got to be so careful. It's very tempting to take that. It is a second entry short and you could call it a failure as well. But it's a bit too congested and I think it'd probably work, but it's just not worth it. Just got mine here, decided to make myself a latte. Well, so far, since he's been in office, nothing's looking rosy, so it did work. Well, that one did for 3 points, so it was a little bit dicey whether it would, but it looks like a channel with a few attempts to push higher, so I think it does push down. Okay. It's usually on the YouTube. There's usually someone on YouTube covering it. Let's have a look. So that's kind of what I think was clearly struggling to get up, so I think there's a good chance it comes down.
Said my first meeting, I noticed that.
I think he's talking now, I think, isn't he? Is this live? Yeah. Yeah, there you go, YouTube. Don't know what he's saying, but so it did kind of look like a second entry. I mean, technically it wasn't by the count, but it was a push-up, a pull-back and a push-up. You've got some bulls trapped there shortly. It doesn't have confidence in the present. I mean, I don't want to run Trump down because I know he's obviously got massive followers and people get a bit touchy about politics, and that's fair enough. But since he's come in office, things do seem very negative. And that's, you wouldn't think that's the type of picture you should sort of put out, really. You know, things don't feel comfortable at the moment, which is kind of unusual. So has he got an end game? Is this, you know, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Are you looking for... it's on YouTube, isn't it? Let me have a look. See, I'm just clicking on YouTube. If I click on YouTube, it's up here. What channel is it? Oh, it's a CNBC. CNBC live Trump. He's talking about crypto as well, I'm assuming. So I hope it's pi to the moon. I've got some pi. I hope so. I've got 1,000 pi at the moment. Well, just under 1,000. I got them for free as well from mining. You got it, yeah. Yeah, CNBC. What's it worth? What's it worth at the moment? Pi, $1.80. So I've got 1,000 of them. I don't think I can sell them at all, though. Certainly not yet. We need some good positive Bitcoin news, because if Bitcoin starts to pump, hopefully some of the altcoins generally start to follow. Where's H-bar? See, H-bar's around about where I bought it a week or so ago. But I've got good hopes for that. I've looked at certain analysts. They certainly think $2 to $4. If it can get to $1, I'll be pleased. 400% profit, I'm happy with that. All I want to do is just make some money so I can give it to the tax man. I'll feel better then. Crazy, isn't it? That's all I'm thinking about, is the extra tax to pay. I'm not interested in making money myself. So, we got this channel. See, it did work. My gut feeling is we're clearly struggling to get up. Bearish bar. Yes, it may not have made a 3 1/4, but it did come back and it didn't break, and then eventually down we went. So I think it's probably, if this is a channel going to work down, I don't know, maybe there's something wider. Who knows? But I know the markets are looking very red at the moment. Possibly second entry short here. The trouble is, although it's looking like it's coming down, it's still stacked. Channel down, one leg up, second leg up. Took that triple test long, did you? Second entry short there. It's triggered above there. I don't think that's a terrible trade, to be honest with you. It's kind of two legs up, big bearish bar. You're going to have longs here. Look at the size of it, though. It's just too risky to get into that. 34 ticks, tick below. That could cripple your account, that. It is kind of two legs up. There's stops here. I think it's more likely going to push down below here and here. But you can be wrong, and you don't want to be wrong on 34 tick bar. So you're going to have stops here and stops here. There's going to be buyers trying to push this up, but this is all weak to me. I'd say there's way more longs in here than there's going to be shorts. Push. So that's gone. Let's see what happens there. 1, 2, 3. You may consider this a triple test, and it is a second entry long. Trouble is 22 ticks. I mean, you've got to say that's a triple test. Clearly bouncing there. And And it is a second entry long as well. 22 ticks though. It's just too much. Tick above, tick below. It's finished. Not so good. It's finished naff, didn't trigger. See, my gut is this is going to come down for a second leg. Channel with a break. That's if it is a channel. I think it probably is, so probably going to get a second leg down, I would have said. A leg and a leg, which would get below these lows. So trapping longs here would be the ultimate way to push this down, I think. Taking out some long stops will give you that little momentum there. Once we get below here especially, you would think this would start to drop then. Maybe breakout, pull back, and then down some more. Two trades, bud. One of them there. Two legs back. Love that one overnight. Trapping that great big bear bar. Beautiful that was. Rather large, but I only took it on one account. And on my other charts, there, after that breakout, just to ride it back to the EMA, move quick that one as well. I like that, just back to the EMA. We had kind of like a couple of legs down. We had a bit of a breakout here. So it was more just back to the EMA, but plenty of room there. And it was on one account, just on the one account. The one account I can sort of trade because I've been trying to play around with the open a little bit. Overnight open, that is. So we're going to get massive amounts. There you go. I think that's the one that's probably going to push down. Get massive amounts of volume, really. Sometimes this is nearly on a day's work. So that's pushed below there. So I think that's probably going to go down. See if we get a breakout, pull back or something. No, not that lucky. So that was the setup I thought was good. It was just huge. But it was clearly two legs up, second entry short, but the bar was about 32 ticks. Looked a little clear on here. Clearly see two legs up right to the top of here. For me, that was going to work. Trouble is, even if I'm confident in a trade, 32 ticks, tick above, tick below, I'm not risking 30. It's just too much. You can still go wrong. You could still misread it. So let's have a look. Let's put it a tick below there. So risking, let's say $900 times 17. That's about 15 grand. I'm not taking a risk for 15 grand. I'd rather let it go by. Although I like it, it's just too much. Do you trade the overnight? I've just been watching when the market opens, because often what I've noticed, it gives one signal and does the complete opposite. Have a look, just out of curiosity. But see, there's a big bearish. So we've got push up, trigger, one strike, so big failure. That pushes down. So that is, for me, is giving the indication that the price is coming down. What happens? Triggers below, pushes up, stops out. That one, and that one. And I've noticed that it does that quite a lot. Let's have a look at the night before. So let's have a look. We got some support there. Is that a pretty good example? Not really. It's not so clear that. Sometimes it's clear. There's a failure there. Triggers come straight down. So 2 legs down. I tend to go more for traps. But you know, it's okay. Leg and a leg. Breakout, pull back. I think that would probably work. It's just too far from the EMA. And we're right at the bottom there. See, Mac was saying, I think he said yesterday, don't worry about the size of the signal bar. It's easier said than done, really. If you're someone like Mac and who's been doing this donkey's years and you've got 100% confidence in your system and you've been trading for 27, 28 years or whatever, it's easy to kind of to think that way. But as a newer trader or a less experienced trader, you know, we still get it wrong from time to time and it can be costly. So risking $900 times 17, that is too much in my opinion. I'm risking over 30% of my pot there. It's too much. Yeah, I mean, if you've been trading years like Mac, he's been consistent for donkey's years. He knows what he's doing. And absolutely, you know, getting to that stage. Warren, small accounts. Yeah, I mean, even if you've got a drawdown $2,600, you're losing $900. You've lost over 30% of your pot. That's just too much, that. So you have to pay it. And I know as prop traders, we risk a little bit more percentage-wise. That's because we might have $2,500 drawdown. Now, in a live account, you'd be risking $2,600 of your own money. But in a prop account, all you're really risking is $125 on that account. Whether that's enough to mitigate that, in my opinion, it is. You can't not really. You have to kind of pay attention to the fact that what am I risking here? It's all about risk. So it does work a little bit different with prop firms. So that would have worked, but I'm not risking 20 odd points that far from the EMA. If we had a big bullish bar there, it may be different. I may have had to go on the engulfing because I still think it's coming down to the lows. But 23 ticks that far from the EMA, too much. Capital management, you don't know about this company. Accounts, trading micros, you will trade. Yeah. Yeah, put it this way, if I had $2,500 on my own money, I wouldn't be trading minis. I may trade one maximum, but not on a day like this. high probability trades like this, how much would you risk? I had this conversation with Dan a couple of years ago, and he said he thinks 5% is acceptable. Now, a lot of traders talk about 1 to 3%. So 1 to 3%. So if you talk about 2%, now if you're risking 1 to make 3 and you had a 50% win rate, it wouldn't be unusual to lose 4 or 5 or 6 trades in a row. So you've got to take that into consideration. But with high probability trades, my win rate at the moment, and I got battered the other day, my win rate at the moment is still 85%. And that's the lowest it's been for a while. It's just over 80 odd percent. And don't get me wrong, there are losses around. Losses there. Those are the ones I got battered for 2 and more down there. So, it depends. 85% win rate. That's because, high probability trades. But if I was trading, risking 1 to make 3, it's not unusual to lose, 3, 4, 5 trades in a row. So risking 5%, then you lose 5 in a row. You've lost a quarter of you. It's not doable. So depending on what your strategy is, that has something to do with how much you risk. But if I was trading my own money, 2,500 drawdown, I would probably realistically trade 2, 3, 4, 5 micros, somewhere around about that. But I don't mind risking 5%, but I certainly wouldn't risk any more. But I tend to think, maybe 2 to 3% seems to be the sweet spot. But, it depends. The beauty is if you've got $500,000 in there, and you risk 1%, $5,000 to make 5,000, you make a lot of money out of that. So, the more money you've got, you can kind of risk less. When I first learned to trade, a guy called Andrew Lockwood, he made a lot of money out of trading in the London Stock Exchange. And I know he said his gold was down $45,000 at one point, so I know he's got money. And he used to risk 0.5% of his pot. That's all he risked, 0.5%. But if you've got a big enough pot and you can make 0.5% 3 times a week and you can make yourself one hell of a good living, you don't need to risk anymore. But yeah, Renew is blowing the wheat. We all have stops. Yeah. I mean, it depends on 1, what your strategy is, 2, what your discipline is like. Only really you can make that kind of decision. But if I had $100,000 in the bank and I was risking 1%, it's $1,000. And if I was making 1%, I can make $1,000 3 times a week. It's a good living. So unfortunately, majority of us don't have that sort of capital that we can get our hands on. So we have to rely on prop firms. But prop firms are kind of they're a little gold mine if you know how to play them right. Trade without motion that way. I mean, there's trading your own money, which I think really, if you drop your risk down to 2 or 3%, it does. If you've got $100,000 and you're risking $1, you've got no emotions whatsoever. If you've got $100,000 and you're risking $10,000, 10%, you've got a lot of emotion. So risk does make a difference, and it's about managing that so it works. But with prop firms, because it costs us a lot less to have that same, financial access to the market. So 2 legs up, 2 legs down, new low. We tend to risk a little bit more. Tests are on the way at 225. Yeah. I used to do stuff. I used to do a lot of crypto, just buying and selling. That I found was emotional. Trouble is, crypto can swing wildly. I've learnt now just to leave it, buy something I believe in, make sure I spread it around and get a bit of everything, and then just keep an eye on it, once in a while. But I'd wake up in the early hours of the morning staring at it, and if it went down 5%, I'd be selling it. Guarantee by the time I woke up that day, it'll come back down, and you have to. I did well. Yeah. My runner ahead, $700. Good on you, mate. You got a runner going south, have you? How far is this going to go? Could kind of add a leg and a leg, couldn't we? See, this is where I'd be inclined to take profits, right at the bottom of this channel. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference, but most of the time, if you took profits there, even if you got back there, it would save you 4 or 5. Let's leave that there. Even back there would save you 5 points. Sometimes it doesn't make a difference, but as we broke below all this, I would normally then expect a little bit of a pullback. You're going to have profit taken here, aren't you? Even sometimes taking your profits here and getting back in here, I suppose a lot do that. I've done that with crypto. I remember when Bitcoin was 3.5. I know, yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You haven't got to go back a lot of years to get Bitcoin at $30 a share, $30 a coin, a token, a coin. It's crazy, isn't it? I watched a program a while ago on TV when they were about 20 cents each. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. See, if you take your profits there, you've just saved yourself a 5%, 5-point pullback. So you're going to have people taking profits, aren't you? But yeah, I know, it's crazy, really, isn't it? We do that, don't we? We're kind of sad like that. We look back and work out if we'd have kept it, how much we'd have made. I know. Why do we do it to ourselves? Yeah, I've sat down there before and I thought if I bought Bitcoin for $1, how much could I afford to buy in 2012 when it came out? You never bought any? No. If I was a young lad now, again, if I was an 18-year-old and I had a couple of £1,000, I'd put it into Bitcoin, lock it up in a cold wallet, and forget it for 10 years. Or 20 years or whatever. You could afford to retire richly on that. Were you really? See, mine is not worth it at the moment. I don't think it's worth it anyway. I looked into it maybe 3 or 4 years ago when it was worth it. But then obviously, you know, we had financial issues and everything went up. The price of electric went up. So it just wasn't worth it. We're paying ridiculous amounts of money for GPUs. Obviously, they've dropped now. But the trouble is, it starts to become just not worth the hassle. You've got to buy the equipment, then you've got to manage it and monitor it. I started mining Pi, I did maybe 3-4 years ago. A friend mentioned it to me. So I downloaded the app and started mine. I've only got about 1,000, just under 1,000. But Picoin at the moment is just under $2. So I've just literally, I think I did it yesterday or the day before, did all my KYC. So that's all passed now. So I'm just waiting for those coins to be transferred into my wallet. I don't know whether I'm locked in. I'm not sure as kind of a sort of an early member. I don't know how it worked. Yeah, I remember buying some, what was it? What came out maybe 3 years ago that everyone was buying? Oh, what was it called? They're like a cinema chain, weren't they? What's it called? I can't think now. Everyone was going on about them. I bought a little bit of it, but I know nothing about it. Kind of 2 little temps there, but that's too far from that EMA, so you can't really do anything with that. Everyone was buying it. I can't remember what it was now. Cheap Butterfly Labs miner. Went to a terabit miner that ran on Raspberry Pi. A leg and a leg. That's too early to get in. Would this be a bad idea? It's hard to say, really. I mean, we've had such a big move down. Yeah, I mean, it's the trouble is there's no room to the lows. It may work, but it's also a bit congested, and we've had 1, 2, 3 little touches there, so it could pull back a little bit more, maybe to the lows. I don't know. It's 22 ticks. There's no room left. Mac could always say you've got to make sure there's enough room left, and there isn't really. There isn't. There's 3/4 of a tick to the low, 3/4 of a point to the low. I mean, it could continue down, but you can't take that, in my opinion. It's kind of a lower high, but same again, just no room. Oh my, yeah, I mean, if you got in there and got out, it's got to push through. So well, I mean, it went down there, but it's just not enough space, in my opinion, to the lows. 0.5 to the lows. You don't know whether it's going to push up and take out that. This is a bit congested to me, so I think trades like this, that one obviously came down a bit and stopped out. I think the only reason it came down as much as it did is because that ATR is higher. That ATR was around about 2, which it often is. Then it wouldn't have worked that. So is it going to break above there? I'd say 100%. It's easy pickings, that is. That possibly even. Now that would be a second entry short, but the trouble is this thing going to come down some more? I just don't trust this at the moment. It's only 10 ticks, so it's relatively small, but it's a bit congested. And is that a bit of a bottoming pattern? It may be. It may have a surge up. I just don't want to get involved here at the moment. It's important to do a good job on a Friday for me. So if you're in that trade now, your arse will be twitching like a good one. I wouldn't be surprised if that has a quick pop. It's holding. So who knows? Sometimes they do hold. Switch to a sim. Yeah. If you're up, always nice. If you're up on a Friday, if I took one trade on a Friday, I wouldn't bother taking any more. Bring a pass and some more evals. That's when you're at your most vulnerable, when you're so close. I don't know how many evaluations I've blown when I've been $100 away from passing them. You try, and what I used to do is go for 10 contracts and just try and get a couple of ticks. It's surprising how even 2 ticks can be near impossible to get. I'm not sure whether this looks like it's bottoming. We're having multiple bounces here. Surely this is due for a big surge. You know what? I'm going to make a prediction. I have a feeling this thing is going to rally like crazy. Just remember I said that. Let's see if it does. I have a feeling this thing is going to rally like crazy by the end of the day, up a huge amount. Where's this? I'm going to really stick my neck out here. Let's say 150 points by the end of the day. I'm going to make a prediction. Because we're so oversold. We usually get a rally at the end of the day, especially as it's a Friday. 2 trades a day. I wish I could get 2 trades a day at the moment. I like that, but I didn't take it because it's congested, but it did work. Channel break, 2 pushes up. That, I think, is worth coming back to that EMA, but I wouldn't take it because I didn't like the bar. And I don't particularly take those, but I like having to predict what's going to happen. But so this is below all this now, and it's not flying down. Yeah, to the upside, yeah. Was so oversold. Now, usually at the end of the day, in a lot of cases, we have a rally. It wasn't much of one yesterday, but that last little bit, just before the end. But we're so oversold, especially on a Friday. So I'm going to suggest we have a 150-point move up by the end of the day, which should take us... Let's mark this out. So from around about here, 150 points. Let's just see if I'm right. Okay, let's call it 5840. So let's put something like that there. That's just going to confuse me. Let's just put a little triangle there. I'm going to put that there, and I'm not going to delete my chart later. Let's just see what happens at the end of the day. I'm putting it up to this level up here, below it, leg and leg down. It's so oversold. I don't know how much further we can go down, really, without getting some kind of a pullback. A decent rally in that was it direction, especially on a Friday. I mean, look at that. We haven't had a move down like that for a long while. Since here, really, back in August. We've had decent pullbacks here. But look at that. That's huge. $480 points down. And when was that? Basically, when did Trump get in? That's probably about right, isn't it? How long has Trump been in now? When did he get in? It was February sometime. Yeah, it seems like Trump came in and then down we go. I don't know. Let's see. I don't want to just blame Trump in case we've got any Trump supporters. People take politics very seriously, so I don't like to say too much because he might have an end game and he might surprise us all. This is just losing some traction for me. When's the last time we've been down here? It's been a while. Yeah. The last time we've been down this low was September. October, November, December, January, February, nearly 6 months ago. Early September as well. Call the current drop. The bone spin. Mind you, you know, it is something to think about. I was listening to some kind of financial guru, some kind of big guru in the financial world. And he said they think the S&P is overvalued by about 30%. So a 15% drop he kind of expected. Or would expect. I don't know how many percentage it's come down over the last few months. But I wouldn't suggest it would be anywhere near like 15%. Maybe 5. Let me have a look. So what did we get up to? Where is the all-time highs? 6,800s, are they? I think they're up to 6,800s. All-time highs. Let me have a look. So all-time highs, 6,1800. So we're down 380, 480. We're down about 560 points. What's that, about 8% total? Somewhere about there. So 8% total of the whole market. Mind you, the ATR's dropping, the bars are getting smaller. Is that a really bearish sign? So little channel with a break and a new low. Mind you, you have got to be careful assuming the market's got to do something. I've done this before and thinking it's got to pull up now, and you jump in with a short and you move your evaluation stop down and down and down and down and down and down until you get stopped out, and then when you look later it's come down another 30 points. There is kind of 2 legs up there. I don't think that's a terrible trade, personally. I don't like it now. About 38. 2 legs up. 60. Yeah, I said about 61.8, didn't I? 61.81. Yeah. Down about 8%. Yeah. This guy said 15%. It would be much better. Not if you own it. Not if you own the S&P 500 isn't all your pension. It probably isn't that good, but mind you, you can soon recover 8%, can't you, really? So, break, new low. So, now we're going to get the start of this rally I'm expecting, or would like to see. It's that ATR is much more manageable now. So, leg up, pull back, leg up. September's low, 5.3. Wow. 200 moving day average. Second entry short there. It's a little bit congested, so I left it alone. It did work, but you just don't know. You might trigger it and then push up for a second leg up to here, depending on whether you think that's a channel there. I'm not sure about anything else. Have a look back. Tesla's below my exit. Things like Tesla, you'd always expect to recover, wouldn't you? See, if you were trading it, it's a different story, isn't it? But if you just own the shares, you can always hodl, can't you? Bitcoin's down $87,000. Okay, it is Friday. Cheers, everyone. Ooh. Okay, so we got this move down. One attempt to push higher. See if we get a second attempt. 100 at a time, so I can sell against them. Yeah. Vikings trade, how you doing, buddy? I am now. Now I've had a sip of me stuff. Me special medicine. Oh, it's Clay. How you doing, bud? How you doing? Yeah, that's the trouble. Sometimes, was I talking to in here a while ago? It's someone been chatting to offline for a while, but I didn't realise it was him. The grind. Yeah. Trading's been hard lately, isn't it? In fact, Mac was even saying it's been hard lately. So if you're the trouble is, the less settings around, the harder it is, require you to really pull on those patience. And that's where a lot of traders fail. My patience is probably one of my strongest assets, but it used to be my weakest. There's nothing more that I can't tell you how many times I sat here with the patience of a saint for 3 hours and took a stupid trade in the last few minutes because I felt like I had to try and get something. And after four odd years of trading these markets and coming here every day and learning, I've realised you can't ever force something. You have to let a trade come organically. Absolutely, yeah. You have to just let a trade come organically. If it's not there, it's not there. You may get away with it, and sometimes that's what enforces bad habits. But after a while, it's like anything. There's a saying in the UK: if you bang your head against the wall enough times, you realise it hurts, and it's kind of the same. And I've realised, and learned just through punishing myself and doing stupid things again and again and again, you do learn that the only way you're going to get success in this business is if you just follow the rules. When you see a trade, take it, commit, forget it, and move on. but you punish yourself so many times. I used to be not basic. Absolutely. I tell you something. You know what? You hear about people saying, oh, I did this in my life. Oh, it's been a real journey. I really never understood the meaning of the word journey until I learned to trade. And what I now consider as a journey is something that you go through that really tests everything. It tests your emotions. It tests your patience. It tests your nerve. It tests you as a person. Now, I generally refer to that as people who may be professional sportsmen who spent years with their parents driving them back and forward to football practice and back and forward to the football club, and people who go through this whole journey to get to where. Now, I'm not saying spend 10 years as a tennis player, but I watched the story of Andy Murray, and his mum took him to practice again and again, year and year and year and year, and they put all this work, all this practice to finally get to where they want to be. Now that's how I tend to think about a journey when you've been through that emotional roller coaster of finally getting to where you want to be. Try to trade like a robot. Yeah, I mean, really, it needs to be, what's the word I'm looking for? It needs to, I suppose, very robotic. Sit here. I try, and it's hard. We know what we should do, but doing it isn't that simple because of those emotional connections we have. But as I've said now for the last couple of years, the only way you get used to emotions is to expose yourself every single day to. Now, I've mentioned this a dozen times before. When I was younger, I did a little bit of skydiving. I remember the first time I jumped out of a plane, I almost nearly physically shat myself. I was thinking of every excuse I could get to get out of it, but I did it, and it was such an odd experience. I remember being really quiet for the rest of the day. I found it hard to speak. I didn't know what to say. It was such a weird experience. It's not something you do every day, is jump out of a plane at 11,000 feet. It's not something we do all the time. And I remember it was a tandem I did. And I remember I went back and did a static line, and I did another static line. I did a bunch of them. And sooner or later, they started to get less kind of, where they kind of emotionally sort of make you feel weird. Ooh, that's really weird. You know what I mean? And I was speaking to guys who've done thousands of parachute jumps, and it's just like I'm going down to the fishing lake. I'm sat there nice and calm, chuck a line in, blah, blah, blah. The more you do something that gets your emotions up, and boxing as well. If anybody's ever done any boxing, I did some boxing as a youngster. I remember the first time I actually was told to get into a ring. I was quite confident until I got hit, and that was a whole new thing. All I remember doing is with a complete blur. I wasn't even punching. I think I was more like fist slapping. And after about maybe 10 or 15 seconds, they dragged us apart. I remember having tears in my eyes. It's such an emotional thing because we don't get into any type of a brawl, punch up, whatever you call it, in our life, in our day-to-day life. If anybody's ever been in a punch up, all plans and rules go out the window. There's no plan there. There's just, you swing like crazy. And most guys, when they've had a few beers in their past, when they've been a bit younger, have got into a punch-up once or twice. So how do you go in there into a boxing ring and control your emotions and think about what you're doing and have a plan? The only way boxers are able to do that is to have many years of getting in that ring and practice till those emotions become less of an issue. The more you do something on a daily basis, the more it becomes normal. So that's the only way. I've heard so many different suggestions on how to get past the emotions, but I've never heard of a professional guru say you need to expose yourself enough times for that to not to happen. I've heard so many different, you need to journal, you need to take deep breaths, you need to get up and walk away, you need to reduce your risk, you need to do this. I've heard 100 different reasons, but I've never heard anybody say you need to expose yourself enough times for it to start to become normal. And I remember coming to the charts 2 years ago and feeling like I was about to get into a ring. My nerves would be there. I'd be panicky. I'd be excited. If I got into a trade and it won, I'd start talking like crazy. If I got into a trade and it lost, I'd go very quiet. I'd probably come off stream and revenge trade, and I'd blow accounts, and you do it and do it and do it until sooner or later it starts to become like a normal everyday job that you don't have to think too much about. Let's have a look. Hardcore support. Cat punch. Yeah. A few times. It's out of body. Absolutely, it is. It is like an out of body experience. The emotions are too much because it's not something we do every day, unless obviously you're a keen boxer. And anything really that drags your emotions up, we get into that fight or flight, so we kind of panic. At the pre-open, I make analysis to determine relevant price levels where I can see specific price action. There's so many different ways to look at the market and analyse. There's no right way, there's no wrong way. Whatever works for you and helps your decision making process is the right way to do it. But I sit here every day now, and I remember sitting here 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, maybe even a year ago, and blowing account after account and going downstairs, and twice I remember bawling my eyes out to my wife, and my wife was hugging me, and I was going, I don't know whether I can carry on doing this anymore, and I was moody. And every day I came to the charts, I had this excitement, this fear, determination that I wasn't going to get beaten. So many different emotions were going through my head, and I faced that every day I was trading. And slowly over time, it's like a normal job now. I come here and I sit here, and that is the best way to start to make progress. Now, occasionally, if I lost 2 trades the other day, luckily, I have that bit of software that I didn't do something stupid. I was down $550 over 20 accounts. That's over $10,000. It affected me in the way it played on my mind and made me a bit miserable, because I don't normally lose that much. But fortunately, I managed to walk away with the help of and I came back the next day, and I traded sensibly, and I managed to get about $300 and so on and so forth. I've heard that saying quite a few times. It's a good one, isn't it? Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Absolutely. But boxers, if you're a boxer, you've got quite a lot of self-control. Boxers don't go in there and start. Now, I don't know if you know, there's a guy in the UK who's an ex-cricketer called Andrew Flintoff. Freddie Flintoff, his name is. He was a cricketer. He was an all-rounder, a bowler and a batsman. And I saw him. He'd always been a fan of boxing. And when he left the cricket scene, you know, I think it was his knees ended up being shot. He was a fast bowler and a batsman. He was friends with Barry McGuigan. I don't know if anybody remember Barry McGuigan from the sort of 80s, late 80s. He was a lightweight, an Irish guy. And him and his son were now trainers. And he did a documentary that he came from a non-boxer, that he was going to train with Barry McGuigan and his son up to a professional, get his professional license and have his first professional fight. And he spent a lot of time training. I mean, 9 months, constant training, more or less full time. He'd had a few injuries, and he went for his professional boxing license, and he got his license. And he had his first fight, and he still went in there and was slapping and punching too quick, because he hadn't spent years, being able to do it. But it just goes to show when those emotions play a part. I remember I did karate years ago, and one afternoon I was training, and my instructor bought a beam in. You remember one of those beams we used to get at school, which is about 4 inches wide, a foot off the ground? And he asked us to walk across this beam, and we all walked across the beam, piece of cake. And he said, now imagine that beam is 50 foot in the air. Chances are 9 out of 10 are you going to fall. The beam's not changed, but the height has, and the risk has, and the chances are you're going to break a leg and possibly kill yourself. So those emotions start to play a part, and if you can't control them, you're going to make mistakes. Chances are you're going to fall off, You know what I'm saying? So once we can get used to those emotions enough, they'll start to play less of a role and you'll start to be able to concentrate on your job. And that's the hardest part of trading. And unfortunately, you've got to be able to do this type of activity that get those emotions and get those emotional juices flowing enough times till sooner or later that they become a problem. I'm pretty sure if someone gave you $10 million, you'd go straight out, buy yourself a Lamborghini or a Ferrari, you buy yourself a Rolex watch, you buy yourself a couple of nice fancy suits, go to some fantastic hotels, travel the world. But sooner or later, you're going to be driving down that road in your Lamborghini and you're going to realise life is just the same as it was prior to 2 years before you got that money. So emotions change things. And it is about getting used to them so they don't become an issue. You know, it's great to have money and fame and fortune, but sooner or later you're going to realise life kind of sucks to a degree, just like it did before. The fact that you've got money is only a temporary fix. Don't get me wrong, I'd rather life sucked and I had money, but you know, I'm sorry I'm yabbering a bit today, but you get what I'm saying. It's a real emotional roller coaster of a journey that takes time till you can kind of get to adopt those best practices and do the job, you know, how we should do it without having those emotions play a part. It's just I've never heard anybody say exposure and time. It's all about, you know, other different things you can do. So, is this the start of that big-ass rally I'm expecting? Or is this just leg down, another two, bit of a correction, and then some more down stuff? Same pattern all week. Sell-off, recovery, rally, yeah. See, I thought that might take off. I was expecting two legs up and then a drop down, and then we ended up pushing further. We came up to that, just nicked the open, and possibly close to those overnight lows. I don't know whether you consider overnight lows there or there. Is there a specific cut-off time? So overnight lows in the US are different than overnight lows here. Yeah. My definition of success in this business is to go out and buy a Rolex watch. I've always been a fan of watches. I've had about 3 or 4 Omegas over the years. The last one I had was a Moon watch, which I paid $2,900 for about 6 years ago and sold it to buy a van for a business. That's if you can't buy them for love nor money at the moment, but something about watches. I'm not really a jewellery person, but I love the technology and the engineering that goes into putting together something so small with so many amazing little pieces of metal that seem to work together in harmony. So, channel up. Is that a second entry long? I don't think I can bring myself to go long at the moment. I would like to think there's going to be a correction. With such a big move down, that one fair size move down, big correction, that fair size move down, big correction. But you may argue there's an overshoot there, so watch guy, you should watch his recent video. He shows them off. Shows off. Wagger. What are you talking about? Yeah. My dad, a second-hand Ferrari. Car he's always loved. Wouldn't that be nice? He's in his 80s, so that'd be nice to do that. Do you know, I don't know if it is about guys, but it's always nice to have dreams, isn't it? Your dreams, I think, just get you out of bed in the morning with a little bit of spring in your step. Yeah, it'd be nice to do something like that for your parents. Unfortunately, mine aren't around anymore. I lost my dad when I was 3 years old. He was killed he was in the British Army. He was killed in Northern Ireland. My mum passed away just over 2 years ago, but oh yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah. In fact, I watched a video earlier on this month. No, it was last night. I was in bed about some of these top quality fakes, and they paid $1,000 for this fake. I think it was the GMT Pepsi. And they gave it to this Rolex expert. And to be honest with you, this watch passed all the tests, even the pressure test, until he got inside it, and then he started to know differences. But some of these fakes are that good now. It's unreal. But some of the tests they put it through, it just goes to show, they were looking at, the hands and certain engravings under a microscope, and it just goes to show the quality in some of these watches. Unbelievable. It's always a move. Yeah, once you get inside, I suppose. I had an Omega Speedmaster for a while with the sapphire back as opposed to the Hesselite, and there's nothing like looking at inside that back. It's fascinating to see all those bits going on. My dad had a Pontiac Granville with a 455. Is that fast? Something fast back on it. Yeah. Nice to treat your parents. See, I always, when my mum passed away 2 years ago, I remember saying to my wife, I wanted to see her around, because she was really, your parents, most times they're really supportive. She was really supportive of me being a trader. She always said I'd either be rich or be a pauper. But I wanted to see me do well. Unfortunately, she didn't last long enough. But yeah, it'd be nice. In fact, that guy we mentioned with the watches, he bought his parents a $4 million house, didn't he? It'd be lovely to do that. The people that brought you up, the people that, had all those sacrifices so you could sort of, do your stuff. I'd love to do that. I'd love to give my daughter a big bunch of money. 9 a.m. is an overnight low. Don't they have, I know Penguin talks about, here's our key levels for the day when he trades. Obviously overnight highs, you could maybe consider this, but he uses those areas and they tend to be super accurate. So whether it be this area here, which kind of, if you look there, but also that's the midline, so it's that level again. I've got to say, when I first started to trade the Forex markets, that's the first thing we'd do. We would switch over to here, easier, the line chart, and we would put a series of lines. If ever we'd had 3 or more touches, we'd put lines here, lines here, lines here, and that would kind of be our levels for the day. And it's surprising how they do pick off those. The red colours at the top of the last swing up lured me into a short up here somewhere. I'm hoping after such a big move down, I say this every day, we usually get a much bigger correction than just a break and a straight drop down. If we do get that and it comes straight down, it's usually because there's a bigger channel. So, yeah, if this does push straight down, a lot of the times it'll be because there's a bigger channel. Love to see the pine spike down. See the pine strike down. Strike down. Oh, pin. Gotcha. I know my wife said to me before, why don't you teach Emily to trade while she's young? I don't know about how anybody feels about teaching their kids to trade. As soon as I think about trading, I think about my journey of the last 4 years, and do I want my daughter sat with her hands in her crying her eyes out because she's playing 5 PA accounts? I know I listened to Daryl Martin talking about he made a bunch of videos. There's a lot to be said about certain things. Now, Daryl Martin, I actually kind of quite liked. I thought he was okay. The other guy, not such a fan of. But I like the fact that he said he made some videos for his daughter. And people doing stuff for the kids, I've always got a lot of time for. But I don't know whether it's just because my experience has been, quite a tough one. I don't know whether I'd want to subject my daughter to that or not. So channel down there, break 2 pushes to a new low. I can actually take a couple of payments on a couple of my accounts. I could take $2,000, I think, just on my 2 accounts. I've got a little over 3,000 in, but I'm going to leave it until, as long as I follow the rules, I'm going to leave it till the end of the month. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just a smidgen under 26,000. There's 1, 2, 3 around 2,000, and there's 1, 2, 3 around 1,400, and there's a bunch around about $700. I'm going to wait till the last week of the month, I think. Psychic development is key. Will benefit the rest of our lives. Absolutely. Any type of experience in life, well, I don't want to say is a positive one, but I think even if it's a bad experience, I think it helps you in some way, whether it makes you stronger. I think every experience you can take something positive out of, obviously to a certain degree. I don't want to say if you're living in a war-torn country, but I think every experience in life, let's just say you learn something, whether it's a good lesson or a bad lesson, but I think, Bernard, absolutely, I think most of the time, if I've had a bad day or something's gone wrong, I try and go away and process it, and then I forgive myself for the fact that I'm a human being and I suffer, unfortunately, with emotions, and I find a way forward, one thing I had to learn early on in trading was learn to forgive yourself, because I've literally sat in front of the screen and punched myself in the face. I mean, I really have punched myself that hard in the jaw till it's ached for a couple of days, just out of pure frustration. As you know, I've broke one of my monitors and tossed it out the window. But I had to learn, and it took me a while, that you have to forgive yourself because, unfortunately, human beings are ruled by emotions, and you can't just flick the switch and get rid of them. It takes time to sort of practice it and get better at it. Stop down for 3.2 points green. Stop down. Okay, so you got 3.2 points. Okay, that's okay. I think a Friday, especially a Friday, is more important to I, because I had a horrendous Friday last year. It screwed up my weekend. I was down $10,000 in all my accounts. That's the most pain I felt for maybe 6 months. You have a bigger channel down. If it breaks and comes straight down, I'll agree with you. I have looked at this. As I say, usually with a channel that long, if it breaks and comes straight down, it's usually because there's a bigger channel down. We've had a break and a new low, and we are struggling to get up here. So I think you're probably right. Just trying to get a bit more feedback on that. I wish Dan had posted his chart a bit more. I might have a word with him. See if he'll post it every 10 minutes or so. I do value his input, so yeah, there's possibly something bigger. You have 2. I think it's good for them. Yeah, it's hard to say, really. What I do is, if it's an area of interest, I tend to kill the colour, so I'm aware of it. I mean, if there is something bigger, it's really irrelevant to a degree unless we come up to the top of it, because we can clearly see at the moment, things are bearish. So the smaller term stuff, which we're going to actually connect with. Does the UK have tax-free investment accounts when our 2 daughters reached 18? Yes, they do. So when my daughter was born, the government gave us £500, and we put that into what do they call it? Some sort of child investment. Now I'm 55 now, and I was 55 last June. So I took a chunk of my pension, and I took about 50 odd thousand of it. There's still a chunk left. And I put 10,000 into that account for her, so she's got. But yeah, it is tax free as long as she's not a taxpayer. We do have. I don't know if you guys have wherever you are. We have ISAs over here as well. We can have a certain amount of money put into a tax free savings. So I think ISAs at the moment in the UK are around about 4 to 6%. I think. So yeah, there are things you can do. Yeah, but I wanted to make sure she's got enough money for a car and just have a bit of money in the bank. See, when I took a chunk of my pension, I probably still got about 80,000 of it left. My plan was to eventually build up my own account over the next maybe 10 or 15 years and use that as a pension. So, I don't know, build up to 150,000, use it to make money, and then I will retire, withdraw it or something like that. But we do have something. I know my mum, when she was alive, used to put about £30 or £40 a month into her account as well from when she was a baby. So we're guessing she's going to have 16 or 17,000, something like that, maybe a little bit more when she turns 18. Nice to help your kids if you're lucky enough. Not everyone is able to do it. We were fortunate that I had, a pretty good private pension for a company I work for. But it's nice to help your kids if you can. When I was 3, my dad was killed in Northern Ireland. My mum got £250. Now, it was a while ago. That's all she got, £250 and 3 weeks to get out of the army quarter. And we were over in Northern Ireland at the time. So you don't get a lot, to be honest with you. And I think my mum put something like £100 of it or something like that, which she split amongst me and my sister. I think we ended up getting about £750 when I was 18, something like that, which I spent wisely on a motorbike, as you do. If we get another leg up here, I'm going to look for a second entry short here, not that one. But I'd like to think we're going to make a new low here. I'd like to push up similar distance there. Yeah, it does a bit, mate. You're not wrong. It's been doing this a lot lately. Mac has said it will get better. Now, does he know about it? He certainly knows more than I do, so measured move rejection. Yeah. We had a measured move for there and there. We came back and we dropped again. So at the moment, I'm thinking still bearish. But we have had a break of this channel and a good strong push. So if we can trap a higher low here, in fact, I'm just going to get a short ready just in
Order
case.
submitted.
I'm not going to automatically jump into it because I'm not sure. But if we can trap that and we get over and this comes down strong and bearish, but I want this to turn pretty quick. That's not what I wanted to see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go long here because what I'm looking at the moment is this. Little bounce, another bounce, another bounce, and then push down for a second leg. Leg down, 2 attempts to push higher, leg down. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. Leg and a leg, which would play out this channel. One, two, three. Tempting that. It is a second entry short, but this to me looks like a leg. So we've got Powell speaking in about
Order cancelled.
7 minutes. No, he's only speaking, so I don't expect fireworks. When was the last time you took a trade in your live stream? Seems like it's been 3 days. I think it has, mate. Tuesday, I think. Tuesday, Wednesday, I can't think. It's been a while, bud. The way I see it, at the moment, I go for 3 points. So if I take 3 trades in a week, that's going to get me somewhere along the lines of $450 per week. That's about $2,000 per month. And that's for 12 trades. Let's say I lose 3 of them. It's still going to put me around about $1,500. I'm thinking more the bigger picture, $1,500 in a month per account. Even if we take that down by a third, $1,000 a month, times my 17 counts, 17,000, that's make quite a bit of money. So, lower highs. So, yeah, I haven't been taking a lot of trades lately. But I don't mind that because I go for 3 points. You know, if you look at Marco or down, they tend to go for 6 ticks. But yeah, it's been a while. $1,700 a month. Yeah, $450 a week. That's what, 3 trades a week. That's 12 trades a month. Say you lose 4 of them, you lose 600. It's still $1,600 a month. The way I see it is if I can make $1,000 a month per account, I got 17 accounts. It's a possible $170,000. Sorry, $17,000 a month. It's a ton of money, really. So there are certain trades that I see people like Dan trading that I miss, or I'm not 100% comfortable with. I know Dan's been trading a few years longer than me, but I am paying more attention to it. So I am slowly expanding my repertoire. But it's been hard lately, you know. So you don't need to do a lot of trades to make money. But if I'm not comfortable with the trade, I'd rather lose it. So I've come from being careless to overcautious, which I think is the right side to be on. But as I see, you know, certain trades, I mean, I took 2 trades in one day the other week, which was surprising for me. You start your PA accounts, do you try and get the account up? Yes, I do, yeah. That account I got the $700 on. I took trades I wouldn't normally take. Not because I don't like them, purely because of the size. That one was a 9-point risk. But I liked it that much. And for me, it was going to stop that out all day long. So, yeah, I do. And it works 80% the time. But when I get to about that one that's there now, it's at... yeah, I'll show you. Let's bring it in. That one now is at 1,200. So when I get to sort of 700-ish, I'll lock them away with the rest of them then. But I've got $30,000 in profit in all those accounts. But the others are all locked. I can't touch them. I can't trade more than one contract. And I can't touch them outside my normal window. The only time I'll trade them outside the stream is if I haven't taken a trade in a day. Just to class it as a day, I'll take 1 micro with 2 ticks profit and 3 ticks risk to get the account to... No. Just to maybe $700, $1,000, something like that. Just to give it that little bit of a boost. It might not be the best way to do it, but no, I don't mind. Once it gets to close to 1,000, so a couple of trades, something like that, 2 or 3 trades. But the others are now at $700, so I lock them away. $50 a day profit to counters. Yes. So you've got to trade for. So let's say, for instance, you've got your new account now. You trade for 8 days. 5 of them have to be profitable by $50 or more. Now, if that doesn't happen, you just trade for 9 days or 10 days. But as long as you've traded for 8 days or over, 5 of them are profitable, you're good to go. So what I normally do is if I don't take a trade in a day, after the stream, I'll switch it on to micros. I'll change the ATM to 2 ticks or 1 tick profit, 2 tick risk, something like that. And I just open up and close it. And I'll either win or lose $2.50. But it classes as a day, not a profitable one, but still a day. If you get 5 profitable days, you can flip the rest, which means put onto micros, open a trade and close a trade. Doesn't matter whether you win or lose $2 here or there, but it classes as a day. So channel down, 1 attempt to go higher, 2nd attempt to go higher. So I'm looking for this to fail. Ideally, here would be nice. I'm just going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be a quick second. See if we get any type of reaction up here. So I'm looking for somewhere along the lines of that. Something like that. And then possibly some rejection here. Whether this is a channel, I'm not so sure, but this to me looks like a channel. And that's 2 attempts to push higher. Looks them. I know Dan's got this as a possible range. Whether it is or not, I don't know. But what I will say is if we do channel break new high up here, maybe the top of a range. It's hard to say. So okay, a little bit of sideways and a push up. Let's see what happens now. See if we get a rejection here. Not enough. So, bearing in mind, Powell is speaking now, so we may get a little bit of fluttering around. If this is a range as well, we've got a channel with a break, push up new high, see what happens. You did 11 trades, many more chances. How many of those did you win, bud? Jerome is speaking, yeah. So it doesn't usually do a lot. Some kinds you'll get a bit of a flutter. So I'm going to get rid of that for the time being. Is this kind of 2 legs down and a bit of bottoming before this big rally that I'm going to get right? Bit better than break even. A bit better. Yeah, see 10 trades and a little bit over break even. What I see with trades as well, if they're riskier trades, every time you take a trade, I think it comes with a certain level of stress. So I think there 10 trades, a little bit over break even, and one hell of a lot of stress. So what I found is when I start taking less trades, I get a better win rate and kind of more success. Now, I'm not saying you're wrong to take that many. Everyone has to kind of find their own, kind of find what works. But I know like Wilson, I saw Wilson, I think it was one day last week, took 5 trades in a row, lost every single one of them. And I'm thinking, why are you taking 5 trades in a day? I don't take that much in a week. So, I think to make money in this market at the moment, regular trades, you've got to be one hell of a trader. Want to trade more so badly, but it's difficult. Wait a minute. Yeah, I was exactly the same, mate. I was exactly the same. Sam went through that phase. I think he's slowing down a bit, but we kind of go through these different phases as we're learning. Less trades, more trades. And I'd have like 2 or 3 days where I'd take a trade and I'd feel really proud of myself. And then something would happen. I'd just take 2, 3 in a row. But I found the more trades I took, the more trades I'd lose and the less win percentage. So that kind of slowly guided me back. But the only way you get back is to go there in the first place. And it's all part of that journey. It doesn't mean you're never going to be able to do it. It just means you haven't been doing it long enough to kind of find your way back, if I'm explaining it right. But I think every single trader has to go there. Maybe if you work for a firm, a big investment bank, and you've got all the expert advice in the world and all this sort of stuff, it's going to be easier and a wage. But it's even harder for guys like us because we have to find our own way there and our own way to fund ourselves as well. I take 3 scalps a day in Q for 160 a scalp, a risk 280, but need to be accurately 70% of the time. Yeah, there's so many different ways to trade the market. There really is. There's a million different ways. There's no right or wrong way. There's no one side fits all, but you all have to find somewhere which is a nice, comfortable goal. And if it works, kind of stick at it. This is this rally of mine now. We're going to rock it up now. That's what I'm guessing. There's a million ways to skin it. There absolutely is. There absolutely is. Sometimes I've had messages saying, I don't know why you're bothering with all that price action. Do this way. The trouble is, I think majority of strategies come from people sitting in front of the market, noticing what the market does when it does a certain thing and capitalize on it. And I listened to this experienced trader once saying it's never the strategy that lets people down, it's the emotions. So in other words, all strategies, obviously to a degree, will work and make you money. It's the common denominator. Why things go wrong is human beings. We're kind of, what was I saying? It still counts up. Yeah. What I try and do as well, I'm just wondering here, is try and give myself as minimum amount of stress as well. I was looking for a second entry long yet. Aren't we going to get it, are we? Tesla about $7 from 250. Guess I missed my chance. Yeah, sometimes you've just got to hold on, haven't you? You ever notice sometimes we just don't get that second when traders start to think this thing is moving up, as soon as it touches this line, it just tends to take off. We don't get these second entries. It's frustrating, isn't it? Yeah, well, it might have just been a little bit. The only thing for me has been so oversold. You think it's got to go somewhere. It's got to come up here before I look good. We've had 2 legs down and we've bottom. We've cleaned out all that sort of stuff. So it's just with the amount I've moved down. I mean, this is going up quite quick now, isn't it? And quite strong as well. How far are we up? I mean, look at that. In no time at all, 55 points. I was hoping we get a second leg here, but nothing. Look, I think it does seem now, if traders think we're going in a certain direction, they just kind of jump in. We don't get that. It is frustrating when you see that big move and no way in. I did look at that, but trouble is at the moment you don't know when it's going to 2 legs up and then come down. See, when it's doing this, if we did get a nice 2 legs down, that's the time I may decide to have a hold. The Dow tested January lows almost, but did not go more down. Yeah, I mean, look at that. We're overshooting already. Well, I mean, how long has it taken to do that? How does that work with time? Is that 27 minutes, is it? Yeah. That works. So from there to there, it's taken 26 minutes. No, it's been quicker than that, hasn't it? 18 minutes part. Yeah, I suppose it has. 26 minutes, we've gone up 65 points. So, it'd be nice to get a nice correction now and then get up for how far have I got to do? If we get up, if we close it there tonight, man, I'm going to go and buy a lottery ticket tomorrow. The thing is, looking at this, to be honest with you, looking at the daily, for me, it seems there's only one way we can go, really. See, look at that. Look, push below there. Now we're holding almost on VWAP. So you've got to think now this has got to make some sort of recovery, haven't you? You know what I mean? I mean, it's 50-50 whether I get it right, isn't it? But maybe 65, 70, 40 that it goes up if you think about where it is. Okay. So for me, you've got to treat this as an overshoot. It fits nice there. If I drag it out there, it doesn't necessarily fit on the midline, so you've got to treat that as an overshoot. So I would avoid this first. Avoid this first long. A lot of the times it'll get trapped. I mean, it's just pushed up strong, so it may not, but so let's see what happens here. Now, sometimes they'll still work, but I always avoid this first second entry long because I expect more of a correction. It hasn't triggered. Actually, it has. Yeah, it has. Look at that. Trigger, overshoot, second entry long, trigger. Where do you think that's going? It's bound to stop that out, isn't it? But it depends how strong that is. So I'm looking for after an overshoot. Yeah, I never go long. First, after an overshoot, more often than not, that first second entry long triggers and stops out. With such a fair size move up, I want to see something like this. Now, often it will push up a little bit more and maybe trap some more longs and then drop again. So I'd always avoid this. Once that holds, see, sometimes it goes up. More traders jump in. For me, it almost seems like you're getting sucked into a bad choice. Now, I don't want to tell anyone they're doing right or wrong, because if you go long there and it works, but often this is weak. It's kind of buying in the middle of this move down, and often it will trigger and come down. But trace to 47.20, which is down here, more or less where I've got this measured leg to. Well, there you go. There we go. So yeah, I'm expecting a bigger correction really for this to go up, but I would still think it go up again. But as that hasn't trapped now, but this is coming down for that really. It may not. If you're in that trade, don't jump out because of what I think, because I could be wrong. But I'm expecting, I'd prefer it go a little bit higher, trap that one as well and then come down. Okay, it's triggered that now, so now we may get that move down, but it could just go up. Okay, so it's got one lot of bulls in there, one lot of buys in there, and some more in there, and now it'll come down, take out that and give us a second leg. It may work be X-ray. Yeah, you've got to avoid it. And the only reason I know that is just because of the amount of times I've got triggered and stopped out. Mac will tell you that as well with an overshoot. Just generally avoid that first, second entry. I'd like a correction, but like I say, you never know. Just because something works doesn't mean it's good practice to get into it, but it's a good reason to get into it, though, when you know, because it's your best way to learn. It may go up a little bit more. I prefer those type of corrections. I do. If we can get something like that in a bullish bar, I'd definitely have a go. But I prefer them just slightly lower. There we go. Now drop. But sometimes after an overshoot, it does pull back, push straight up, make a new high, and then reverse. Okay. Let's see how this works out. Yeah, if it's strong enough, sometimes it just doesn't make a difference, does it? I can't tell you how many times I've been stopped out doing that. It triggers you, you think, yes, and all of a sudden, well, woof, 2 legs down, and then we go up for another leg. I still think we need a correction, though, because I can't see how that's going to continue up at that rate without having some sort of a correction. So this is where I think we'll get it. Now we've pushed up, made that new high, so maybe something like that. Cleaning out this section here. There. See, what Dan will do is he'll move this out to there and see if it fits on the midline. In all fairness, it makes no difference. So I think really, as it's touching there, there and there, you have to assume it's an overshoot. So I can only trade until 6:30, I think. So I'm quickly going to switch on to a micro and just go for a couple of ticks profit. A 3 tick stop. So I'm just going to change over. I like to make this count as a day. MES. Let me just check that's working. So buy.
Order submitted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. We're on the MES. I'm going for 1 tick profit, 3 tick stop. Replicantos on MES. So it doesn't matter whether I win or lose this. I still like to win it though.
Order filled.
Some of these are still active.
Order filled.
Quite a lot of them.
Order filled.
That doesn't often happen, that.
Order filled.
Okay, so what, we down or up? Okay, we're down about $6. That's all right. I don't mind that. Just, I just want to make sure that they're, it classes as a day. Yeah, around about $6, I think. Yes, I know, but you can flip 3 out of the 8. So if I don't take a trade for the day, I'll usually just open a micro up to cat. Yeah, you can flip 3 of them. So if I don't take a trade, to be honest with you, I did it yesterday and made about $3. Did it today. Some of them didn't come out, so they ended up being $6. I think the best thing to do really is to open it, maybe 5 or 6 ticks either way, and close it immediately. You're probably going to win or lose a couple of ticks. Try short. I need. Anyways, yeah, I don't know what's going on at the moment. So if I don't think I'm going to take a trade, I'll just usually do that. So let's put it back on just in case I see something now. I normally do that at the end of the day, but I can't remember whether I've set it to 6 o'clock or 6:30 that I can't trade. can't think. Let me just open up an order again. Let me just put that back.
Order submitted.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Order cancelled.
Okay, so this is where we need a correction now. No. Well, if you trade for 8 days, 5 of them have to be $50 or more. The other 3 you can flip, which is what I've just done. Now, I'm down $6. I could have been up $6. So usually it'll be a couple of dollars, which is neither here nor there. But it's still classed as one of the 8 days. So if I've had 5 profitable ones and 3 days of a tick on a micro, it's classed as my 8 days. You got that, did it? Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, you don't know it's going to do that, which, but it's hard to say at the moment. Mind you, I did expect a correction, so maybe. See, now I've put that there, it kind of fits there. So I don't know, but if we can get a couple, but I can't remember whether I've put my Guardian Angel trader to stop at 6:30 or 6 o'clock UK time. And if it is coming, which is why I've had to do that now, it's 6 o'clock now. So let me just see if it'll let me open an order. Yeah, it will
Order
do. Okay, so
submitted.
it must be 6:30. I had a
Order
feeling it was
cancelled.
6 o'clock, which is why I just threw in that micro there. Yeah, it's just classes as a day that. It's one of the 8 days, but yeah, 5 of them have to be profitable over $50. So it's good that it's a small amount because some people may want to just go for $100 a day or something like that, or maybe trade micros and build up slowly. So, you know, you've got to cater for the careful people, but $50 I think is a fair amount to count as one of the days. A bunch of those didn't shut down for some reason. I'm not sure why. What I probably should have done is given them a few more ticks either side, and then as soon as it opened, just click close. It's not done that before. I did it yesterday, and it made $2.50 minus fees. I was about $1 up per account because I never traded yesterday. So my family's out at the moment, so I'm going to stay here for another 30 minutes. I've still got high hopes for this. If we can get a leg and a leg, I'm hoping we get something like this. May not be. This was trade number 12 of the week. The price level, we're in line with my rules. Yeah, as I say, there's so many different ways of making money, and if it's working for you, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Absolutely. I think everyone has to find their own way of doing stuff, and what's right for one isn't necessarily right for other. I had an email with Mac maybe a year and a half ago, and he said to me, learn to trade my way, follow the rules, and then you'll naturally start to develop your own style of doing things, whether you go for more points, less points, incorporate other trades and setups. Strategies come from just sitting in front of these markets and noticing stuff. So I noticed something. I've never really traded it, but I noticed something whenever we get these double width channels. We get a double width channel, something like, that's probably not a good example, this type of thing. Whenever we get what I call a double width channel, which is wide enough for kind of 2 bars, in a downtrend, whenever we get a bullish bar finish close to its highs, it often crosses over and comes straight down. It did it there. And it's surprising how accurate that is. I can't think if I can find another example. You don't always get them, but sometimes I've noticed you literally get a few trades in one push. There's a good example there. So you clearly got a channel going up, really nice channel going up. We get a nice bearish bar finished on its lows or close to its lows. If you just buy there, 2-point risk, 2-point, what happens? Crosses over, goes straight up. It's amazing how accurate that is. Same there, maybe. What channel coming down there? Bullish bar there, close to its highs. You just short there, pushes up, triggers it, comes straight down. It's surprising how accurate that is. But it's easy when you kind of see it happening, see it after the fact in real time. Same again there, push down, bullish bar, crosses over, comes straight down. That's apparently Al Brooks has some kind of strategy like it, but I just noticed that from sitting here and in front of the charts every day, and that's all strategies really are, just a series of people who notice. Look at that. Straight up, 10, 20, 30 odd points straight up. Not even any type of a correction. So I think for sure this thing is going to end up having this big rally. Now Trump's speaking at 8 o'clock. So that may change things. But this thing is swinging wildly. Just kind of that one leg down, 80 points, 78 points. Couple of corrections, 46 points. And another leg down, 75 points. I mean, this thing's swinging wildly. If you can get in at the right time, I suppose this is a good idea if you trade levels, because this thing is hitting certain levels and swinging wildly. So I took a trade. What did I trade? I took a trade on Monday. I took 2 trades on Monday, and I think I averaged $300. I took 1 trade on Tuesday. That's another $150, so $450. Now, bearing in mind, I was down $500 on what's it, so I'm not up at all over the last 2 weeks. I'm up about $300 per account. Over the last 2 weeks, but it's not been a good 2 weeks. But even if you get up something as little as $500, if you've got 20 accounts, it's $10,000 a month. You know, if you think in the bigger picture, it's unusual for me. I don't usually have such that big quick loss. My win rate was just under 90% until that happened. I lost 2 trades in a row, which actually weren't bad trades. They went for 2 points each. It's just I go for 3. Unfortunately, on the odd occasion, it doesn't quite meet the target. But overall, from 2 to 3 points, every 3 trades I take, I've got enough to cover a loss. So unfortunately, it just happened twice in a row. Do you remember me mention? Oh no, it's okay. It's all right. Doesn't matter. My trade levels and reactions levels. Yeah. I think every kind of extra skill you have is only going to help you. If we have a certain level here and you get a second entry short, it might be advisable to hold on. So I think every tiny little skill that you can learn, that's why I love mixing with other traders and finding out what they do, because every extra little bit of information about these markets and how they work is only going to help you. Hmm. I'd like to see a proper correction there before this thing goes high. I'd like to see that bull bar trigger come straight down, stop out, and do something like that. There we go. Some people may be trading that on there, but it's second it tricked above, came straight down, stopped it out. That's the type of thing I trade at the open. You just notice things like that. I'm thinking if I took that, I'd expect to lose that. So let's try jumping in short. It's surprising how often it works. It actually looked a lot more tempting on here. 2 legs back, bullish bar, trigger straight up, straight down, stopped out. 2 legs back. That's the type of thing I'd like to see long now. The trouble is, because we've had a break in a new extreme, I can't take that. I'd have to wait for it to push above that EMA. I think it will go higher. Not only that, it's 34 ticks. You don't want a 34 tick loss on a Friday. That wouldn't ruin your weekend. It wasn't 13 points for the last trade. It was 12.5 points instead, I think. If that is a channel, that's not actually a bad looking trade. It's just 34 ticks. It's just huge. You just can't do that, in my opinion, just in case you get it wrong. It's too expensive to get wrong that. You couldn't get in on a limit order. Just going to get rid of that in a minute. I'd like another leg down here. It's struggling a bit there, going a bit sideways. So I'd like to see that little drop, and then hopefully leg and leg pick it up there before 6:30. Another 13 minutes and I'm out. Push. I want to see that drop now. Come on. Got to get that drop out of here. So that actually didn't look too bad, did it? Trouble is, it was huge. So if you get that wrong, $900 times 17. No, that's too rich for my blood. It is a nice signal bar, but it's just massive. It's massive. And you couldn't get it on a limit order either. Excuse me a sec. Okay, I want to get that pushed down again to test this area. I'll pick out some of this. It's so feeble. See, a lot of the times this comes down and clears out any of this, giving us that leg and a leg. Drop, get below there and below there. Okay, here we go. Come on, down you come. Push down, a little pull back, and then down again. Here we go. Come back down here and test this area. Can't take here, unfortunately, not with this down here. Okay, channel break, new low, looking for a decent bar here. Trouble is we're getting close. Trouble is I don't like it when it's out of the channel. Whether it's a channel break, new high to attempts to go lower.
Order submitted.
I like to see that trigger and then come down to the bottom. So break, leg, and a leg. There we go, now come down. It may just push up from there, but my gut feeling is I can't get into a trade there unless it's comfortably sat on this. I have to be quick, I've got 2 minutes.
Order canceled.
There we go. Trouble is, 10 seconds. Can't open a trade. Typically, if it comes down here, stops at 8, bounces here. Got a break, 1, 2 pushes to a new low. No, that's it. I can't order now, I don't think. Let's have a look. No, it won't let me order anything. Ah, well. It's going to do what I expected now. Let me just connect and disconnect. So it's blocked me out. That's fine. I got no issues with that. It is what it is. I expect that. That's just kind of floating in the middle of nowhere, so I expect this to come down. It may have already. I've just disconnected and reconnected just to get rid of them positions there. Can't take anything now because I'm blocked out, which is fine. But I think that's vulnerable. I like to think it's going to bounce there as well. Yeah, I am done. So that is it, folks, for the week. It's been a funny old day, actually. It's been really moved a lot, but not a huge amounts in the way of obvious setups. That I don't think was a bad setup at all. It was just 9 points. I'm not risking 9 points. That's just horrendous. It's just too much. At some point, you have to draw the line. You get that wrong, that's expensive. $900 loss. Well, that's technically that's 2 contracts. Still $450 loss. Times 17. I don't want that. I'd like to see that break this low and then bounce. I might sit here just for a second. Let's just shut down that. But there you go. So that's it for today. So, well, that's it for another week. So I'll leave you guys to it. If you carry on trading, best of luck. Trump is, I think, Powell's, whether he's still speaking or not, he's probably done by now, but Trump's up at 8, I think. So just be careful if you do. That ATR has been really high all day. Good. I appreciate it. So look, have a great weekend, stay safe, and we'll be back next week and we'll do it all again. But yeah, it's been quite a quiet week actually, but some weeks it's like that. You know, Matt was saying yesterday it's been really tough lately, but what can you do? Yeah, you too, Karina. You're welcome, Chris. So I'll leave you guys to have a great weekend and we'll catch up on Monday. Bye for now.